legend unfolds. With a covenant sealed in the metropolis light, they vow to uphold the eternal fight. Legio Aeterna, Valentia sin finis, ex urbe magna, ad infinitum vincesmos, infinitum Legio Aeterna, Valentia sine finis, ex urbe magna, ad infinitum vincemus. Clad in honor, the adversars, unyielding valor through cosmic wars. They march with pride, in perfect style, massive strength. They can't be denied. Enshrined in might, eyes bright and wide. Neath cosmic flags, their ships will glide. Oh, hail the Lord in armor clad, mighty admiral, eternally glad. In the metropolis they rose, a beacon of the night. The garrison unyielding, they are the city's light. Across the galaxy's vast span, their fame is sung so bright. The army of Gmodism, a spectacle of might. The engines roar, in space they thrive. Among the stars, their oath to derive. Signa ferentes, armis lucem parant, erebe in lucem, signum est Eric pro magnus. Legio Aeterna, Valentia sin finis, ex urbe magna, ad infinitum vincesmon, tutamen invictum gladiator. admiral stood, his glory foretold. Amongst the stars, his legend unfolds. With a covenant seal in the metropolis light, they vow to uphold the eternal fight. Legio Aeterna, Valentia sin finis, ex urbe magna, ad infinitum vincesmos. Legio Aeterna, Valentia sine finis, ex urbe magna, ad infinitum vincimus. Clad in honor, the adversars, unyielding valor through cosmic wars. They march with pride, in perfect stride of massive strength. They can't be denied. Enshrined in light, eyes bright and wide. Neath cosmic flags, their ships will glide. Oh, hail the Lord in armor clad, mighty admiral, eternally glad. In the metropolis they rose, a beacon of the night. The garrison unyielding, they are the city's light. Across the galaxies vast, span their famous sun so bright. The army of Gmodism, a spectacle of might. The engines roar, in space they thrive. Among the stars, their oath to derive. Signa ferentes, armis lucem parant, erebe in lucem, signum est eric pro magnus. Legio Aeterna, Valentia sin finis, ex urbe magna, ad infinitum vincesmon, tutamen invictum, gladiis acrorum, cohors intrepida, Gmodism decus.
Hello.
Standing as walls so grand, for empire's glory, admiral there is command. We fall before foes,
There we are.
but our spirits never break.
Very, very nice. Neotino Antikythera. Hello. Boast first time Shatter, and of course Netramira and Saglina. Very, very hello. Absolutely fantastic. So here we are. We are now going to get back to this building process and checking flamer stuff. Yeah, I kind of first thought that it would be a cool idea to continue on the big ship, and maybe we will, but I do know that we will definitely check out some flamer things and do some different experiments on that. And you may wonder, this is just too funny. Let me just give you this playlist. Music is a bit loud, yeah. Oh, is that so? Well, thanks for telling me. It should of course auto-adjust. Anyways. These 2 songs you've been hearing is actually AI-generated songs. With the theme, Army of Gmodism. It's pretty insane. I think the AI does a pretty good job. So you kind of create the part from a prompt, and then you kind of piece the rest together, go back and forth until you're kind of happy with the end result. And that's what I did. So we have Army of Gmodism themed songs with texts in English and Latin, and it's just completely crazy. Yeah. We should now turn that off. You've heard enough of that, I think. We're gonna be launching up the game. It sounds awesome. Yeah, it sounds very bombastic. It's yeah, it's of course not as it's not as sophisticated as like real music and stuff would be, but it does a pretty good job. Like especially that like power metal song, that would fool me 100%. It's like I accept the quality is a little bit bad. I can't really tell it's AI generated. It's, you know, maybe it's like weird order or something, but that is basically my fault because I piece it together. Anyways, instead of rambling, I should just start the game. Have it? Gave me Penne Rosso Sanguine vibes. Do you say that? Not that I know enough to say much about that, but I'm sure you're right. Now we're trying. I'm just putting on some. Now is the question. I hope the music isn't too loud now. There is like a really scary thing that can happen on this stream, however, that I've noticed, that there's like some settings with my sound or something that just makes it completely scream, which is really scary. And I haven't solved it 100%, so if it suddenly starts to just scream, that's the reason. I'm going to check my sound by going into Twitch on my phone. Anyways, I should probably show you some things I have been, let's see here, working on, which is very interesting. Oh. Good to know. That's definitely too loud. And interesting. Oh, it's the game music. Now I get it. I'm a little bit rusty, of course. It was some time ago I streamed regularly, so you'll just have to bear with me in this, like, thing starting up. And now I'm getting confused because I'm listening to myself with the audio. This is so unprofessional. Something like that should be okay. Alright. Anyways, what I want to show you is some sub-objects I made. So basically we have a really big turret here, but I'm gonna show you the smaller ones first. Here we have two small ones. Skylight AA burner class C and B. Something like this. Huh? Smaller. Well, they don't do much damage, but they do some. This one is, what is it, like oxidizer. It has some oxidizer and it has flamer. This is a smaller one, but it's about twice as expensive as this one. It's much more efficient. And it has like fuel of... This one almost has as much fuel as this one, and it could have. It's just that it kind of spends its on catalyst and oxidizer too. This is just pure fuel because it just goes one round. It has like one column. Anyways. And a really big one. It's this one, the Icarus Class A Flamer. Here we have it, 3 different nodes. And I wanted them to be possibly like specialized for each of these ones. So the flamer intensity on this one is like 50. But when I checked it, they mix to the same flame, so it doesn't really matter much. It's just like mixes together when they hit the target. So yeah. It works though. It works very well, and it's no drawback that it has different values on each output. It mixed together and it works fine, and I kind of balanced them out to be a kind of decent middle point, adding a good bit of oxidizer, adding a lot of fuel, of course, and adding catalyst. So the intensity is gonna be around 30-ish. Anyways, that's some stuff I've been working on. I don't know if you like these designs, but I thought it looks pretty cool. What I think we should do... Let's just add those. Should just let them. Let's see if we can get some action going. There you go. Yep. And this is gonna burn too. So if we select this thing here, you can see it's a pretty large fire. pretty nice. Oh no. And we have some damage here though. I'm kinda surprised they're not dead yet, both of them. But that happens. My own screen away there. And I have some different ideas I probably want to check out to test. It kind of starts aiming at the enemy around 200 meters before it can reach them. So it has already started shot a little bit, so it has time to turn basically. You can set up with a like separate extra aiming AI too. That works, but didn't do that this time. But that can be done. Here. Whoops. Austin Dag host, redeem hydrate. Well, we shall. God, his fires just burn forever. I'm also a little bit off the hook by simply I caught some cold too, so that was, you know, nothing serious this time, just some cold. But yeah, if I'm sounding a little bit weird, that's why. But I thought that it would be fun to stream today anyways. Something like that. I think that's fine. All right. What should we like? We should probably just delete this and just remove this thing. Because one thing I want to test. Yeah, there is a thing I want to test. I want to test if we have a flamethrower system. We're gonna build two flamethrower systems beside each other. And both of them are going to damage some pieces of blocks. And we're going to determine some things from this. Anyways. Power by greed. I'm doing quite fine. I'm glad you found your way here. Very welcome. Yeah. We're testing some things here. I think we're going to see if... yeah, that's what I was going to explain. I want to see if we throw flames at an enemy just. How much, like, armor points we deduct from it. If we compare that to a system where we add, like, basically only oxidizer. So basically I think it shouldn't draw more... It shouldn't decrease the armor by on the target more than it would with, like, what is it? I think the flame size matters, and there is like a max cap on how much oxidizer we can use. But I'm not sure. I'm gonna see if we can just put oxidizer on a target with a little bit of flame. Kind of a little flame here, I imagine. And if we have like this stupid system, it just adds, what does it do? 8,000 oxidizer, 240 flame fuel, and this is just 8,000 flame. Anyways, I want to see if we can like kill armor points. Sanglun, do you happen to know how to make diff crambusters stop shooting at all the same projectile? Yeah, absolutely. We can just check the settings on my cram crackers. You could like just download a Gimle and steal the designs. For all the commissioned officers, like Lieutenant Powered by Greed, of course, they have handy access to all of the files in a downloadable folder structure I give out. But for everyone else, you can just download the Gimle, and 2 of my best diff guns, they're mounted on there with settings. Just save them down. Right. That's what I did, but it doesn't work for me. Well, that's strange. Sub-objects mode. Well, I'll check that a little bit quickly. This APF civs. I think the... Wait, this is... Oh, right. I have a broadside cannon that's a diff gun. Why did I save this down? I don't know. Anyways, I did. So we're just gonna take the Skyfire turret. We just go in here. Excuse me. Whew. I understand why people... I understand why some people are just opening from the depth and like, thanks but no thanks, no game for me. Anyways. Cluster size, shots fired. Here, this one. Wait for shots fired. So here we have wait for range minimum. It's 10, so if no shots are fired, it's gonna be really high. And if 10 shots are going, if like 10 shots or something has been fired, we can do it like this. But if we're gonna set the shot fired to range max, let's see here. We could just say, you could tweak these settings. Oh, let's see here. I think now it tells me we have an ad break, which is reasonable, but I think that means that most of you are seeing an ad right now. It's useful that it tells me, but man. Let's see here. Netrameira, welcome back. I tried telling you, but I got auto-modded. Are you kidding me? I tried to... What happens if I write add? I don't know. Okay. I guess I need to dig deeper, because I checked my blocked words. Yeah, I don't know. I checked my blocked words, but I didn't find ads. So I guess, I don't know. Do you have experienced this on other Twitch channels, or is it just me? Because I'm not sure why it does this. Anyways. So if we wanna make it not target the same, the angle of incidence, if we have many, we can of course narrow it down to all of the others as well, of course, speed and distance and all that. But the main thing we need to worry about is shots fired down here. Number of shots fired at a projectile from any civs system. Now, this range of 50 is really high, and it's set up this way on the Gimle. because the Gimli has an automatic AA gun which shoots kinetic rounds, so it's very easy for it to shoot 50 shots at something. But if we didn't have that, if we only have diff guns, then we can probably say that we shouldn't spend more than 10 shots. So if weight on range max, we set it to -10 and it will not care about it as much. And if 0 shots are fired, then we're maxing it out. So we have like a maximum care limit. And of course, 10 is kind of a lot. If you don't want to shoot all on the same, you can put it on like 5 to conserve some shots too. Yeah. That's what I would do on the close-in weapon system. So I guess that's I hope that helps. All right. I wonder if I'm sounding extra American with a cold, damaged voice. I'm feeling that having had a cold kind of masks my normal Swedish accent a little bit. Or what do you think, partner? Anyways. So if we're doing like this, I need to check this thing here. Armor class 32-ish. I need to turn off my own repairs though. The armor class is fluctuating. Why is it fluctuating? I'm feeling it doesn't do damage. Well. Wait. No, it's number 6. Intensity 20, 20. Fuel a lot, fuel not a lot. But I still wonder, like, armor class 1. Oh, this is the, okay, it already burned holes there. Let's try again. Let's see here. 22, it got it down to 22, right? It's kind of fluctuates, I don't know why. Now we're down to 20, 19, yeah, it's popping down here quite a bit. And that's because the health is below 40%. Under here, health is down to 80%, but we still have... Okay. So 70%, right? Armor class 23. It seems to reduce the armor class a little bit more, but definitely not super fast thanks to all that thing. All that oxidizer. Probably concludes that test.
Antikythera said, muted.
Oh, sorry, my god. Yeah, that's a good... oh my god. Anyways, that's a good indication of what I was saying, which you didn't hear. I can definitely say it's very apparent to me that I'm a bit tired. Thanks to be having a cold for like a week. But anyways, I saw some other from depth streamers, and they use this funny function, which is text to speech. So now you can write something in chat, and it will pop us as text to speech, and I can turn it off if it's annoying too. But I thought it was a little bit more. I thought it looked kind of useful because I'm pretty good at accidentally ignoring chat messages. So I thought it was, I don't know, smart. Right. So now that we know that oxidizers aren't absolutely insane, but kind of reasonable instead, we can probably do like this. Remove 2 from this. 3 actually. So we're having 3 fuel tanks, 2 oxidizers. That's 5, that's 5. These should now be equal strength. In terms of cost. So that's nice. But this one should be dropping the AC a lot faster. Yeah, here we're at higher levels. Look at that. 17, 16. This is down to 2. Not destroyed. It has a block health of 50%. This one has a block health of 22%, but still has an armor class of 7. So yeah, we can definitely say that if we zap a little bit more, we can say that Oxidizer will yep. Well, 12. Armor class dropping so low. Wow, now we are armor class 1. That's amazing, okay. So a block, you see this one is just scaling 60%, we're down to 22. But of course, if we don't have some way to deal damage with like heavy heads or something, there's probably no reason of trying to have this much oxidizer. This much oxidizer is probably reasonable when like burning underwater. I saw the way to calculate how much oxidizer you need, and I got very confused. So what I basically did is that I made the function fit my needs. So I found out that if we make a 50 intensity flamer, which I now realize is pretty high, we need to have half oxidizer and half fuel. Ooh. Thanks, Xauber. What list? What was it?
Said, if you use half oxidizers, half fuel, is there anything left?
If you use half oxidizer and half fuel, anything left of like, because I'm calculating the catalyst as separate, because catalyst is a little bit like difficult to get up to the standard. Let's see here. But that's only if you want to burn underwater, of course. Flame intensity 53. Maybe we don't need that many. 46, yes.
Sangloon said, OIM used to the APS sliders.
Understood. Yeah, this is just... This, yeah. Flamers is just tanks. But, yeah. Here we can see, well, what would the stats be? Flame intensity, 46 since we add another one. Oh, do we need to have another one? Wait. 53, okay, we're a little bit overboard, but this would be a good setup for an underwater flamer targeting submarines with heavy armors and stuff. We can just, if we repair this, we can see that this does full damage to this block, and it has an intensity. It deals them really quick. So, high intensity, what does it do? Well, it deals the damage quick, rather than slow. And even though we have like 50 intensity, it's not especially fast. Pretty slow anyways. Size 12, fuel. And here we can see this has like... how many decimals is this? 117,000. And this has like a lot less. But this intensity is so low, we have some fire resistance here. And here we can see it's just so hot, it's like burning through the stone as well. Oh crap. Now we hit some internal components. I built this platform long before the fire update, obviously. But this under the surface, under just a layer of metal, we have like so many RTGs, which I need to check. Are they like explosive or something now? Because there is a lot of fuel here in the base too, which I think causes the problems. RTGs. Flammability. Probably not. If we set this thing on... Set this to a lot of intensity. Burn this thing. Nope, it just burns.
Antikythera said, would the AC reduction mean AP and Thump would do more?
Yes, exactly. With the armor class reduction, we can just pound it with like heavy heads. So that's like my combo weapon I had in mind, which we might make some kind of prototype for something. Which is just imagine like a kind of sandblaster, but kind of slow firing, lazy heavy head. So not much armor class APS basically. Like generally semi-crappy. And since the flamer needs to go real close, then we could have a very low velocity gun. We can have like sub speed of sound silent gun mixed with the flamer, and that should just dig through. I don't know if a Thump, kind of a little bit scared with like Thump, because I'm thinking like we're just gonna make a little sheet here. I'm just gonna test if we do some Thump damage to this surface, what happens. Okay, impact 90,000, maybe a little bit more impact. No, I have an armor class of like 20 or something. Okay, that's a little more damage than we need. Something like this. Okay, a little too much. That's just right. So, things on fire, we can do a lot more kinetic damage to them without using much force, which is nice. So if I kind of shoot that thing here, shoot that thing there,
Antikythera said, if I remember correctly, you can do an incendiary and hollow point cram.
Yes, you can. You can do an incendiary hollow point cram. But I'm kind of like, it works, but I'm worried that you could see here when I just thumped the flame out, if it's already on fire, we may kind of kill our flame. We just shoot down the blocks here. No? Maybe it burns there. I'm not sure if I'm just making this up, but I'm kind of imagining that when the blocks the fires are on, kind of disappear. The flame kind of doesn't spread in that direction either. But we should probably just do like this. And load up the cram testing platform. This has kind of a strong armor in the front here. I wanna create a little like thumb trickery. Here we go. Hollow point. My menus are kind of scaled weirdly because this Friday I was not able to speak reasonably, so I had to postpone some recordings and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I had to postpone some recordings because my voice wasn't really up to it, so I just spammed shorts. So now my menus are kind of weird because I fitted the menus so that they fit inside like what was needed. All right, something like that. We can probably have more payload compactors. Something like that. Intensity, I don't know, set it a little bit of oxidizer. Just nothing special. Right. We want to do like this too. Oh, we need to do like this. Bam. Holy crap. This is really interesting because the flame did have no touching block. It had no way to touch. Holy crap, this is a lot of fuel. It's like 500,000. My god. Anyways, just repairing everything. What happens if it's like this? This tiny little block here. I'm thinking it kind of attaches, it kind of maybe like falling blocks are dealing the damage. I'm not sure. It's like the fire teleports to the closest structure. So first, when I tested fire, a hollow point, I kind of thought that they would kind of spread around the rim. But that wasn't true. It doesn't spread around the rim like I thought, but it jumps to the closest burning thing. So it would be kind of decent to guess that if we have a little layer in front of it like this, it's going to jump to the armor behind it.
Antikythera said, probably because the incendiary is applied right after the thump, so it jumps.
Yeah, that would be reasonable. Man, this was just... the damage, like having this little connection rod here close to it. Let us do like this. No. Okay. If we do it a bit away, how will the damage pattern look like? Bam. Then it spreads from there instead. So if we have... yeah, so if we're having some walls to protect against thump damage, it's really important we have like the minimal collections. I wonder if like something as small as a truss block, since it has some other properties, will it progress damage same way? I think it most certainly will, and it was like that, but could you check? Nope. Rubber doesn't have any collision damage and stuff. Just want to make sure that I haven't like missed anything important. We're just doing some tests. Alright, that of course then. The one block that shouldn't propagate the damage is probably the light block, right? But it does. Alright, well it's a structural block after all, so I guess that makes sense. But the only way to not damage ourselves is to have just keeping some distance, like a sensible way to this, or just apply it with some kind of I don't know. Nope, nope. Now I accidentally set fire to it. We could just apply it on a sub-object. That would probably work too. Damn, it actually propagates through. There is no easy way to protect against thump damage, really. I kind of thought we would have been able to do that. That's pretty crazy. We need to check those limits a bit.
Antikythera said, new cram meta.
New cram meta indeed. Possibly so. We could just teleport. We could tell. We need to test how long we can like teleport this. That would be quite interesting. Just check that. Anyways, I think we're just gonna throw on some Japanese 60s surf music. Very nice. Nope. Okay. There we go. How about this then? It just wants to destroy enough blocks. Kinda. So it does much less damage when it's... but this is like unreasonable. Alright. So, if we would have
Nova
a
Galaxy
little thing here.
Said, 07.
Well, hello Nova Galaxy. 07, yes? Anyways, very welcome to the stream. So I don't want them to hit these blocks down here. I'm gonna do a little connection tunnel.
Nova Galaxy said, what are you doing?
We are testing some things with cram, because we may have found an interesting cram meta. Having incendiary hollow point crams could be a pretty the interesting way to deal damage. Possibly. Possibly. Depends on the armor we're facing, but if we have many cram cannons, it's probably good to have as a backup or something. The whole point shells can have pretty good health. Okay, now it jumped here. Of course, that's the closest block, I suppose. Wonder if I can, like, just remove a part. Something like this, I don't know. Let's see here. I don't think I'm removing anything important. Nope. Not that width. Which is length, which is... yeah, all these dimensions are very arbitrary. Right. Now we may have destroyed some connection points for, but whatever, it's probably fine.
Nova Galaxy said, wouldn't TAPS be better?
Well, I would say that cram is basically always better than APS in most circumstances that involves big things. So it depends. And about that, that's definitely... Now we have an ad break, I think. I'm starting to keep track on them, which is good.
Sangloon said, advertisement.
Thank you. But this is for you on YouTube as well. So whenever we have an advertisement, we can like say special thanks to you who are watching the stream afterwards on YouTube. The last stream got like 300-400 views in like 2 days or something when it was up on YouTube, which is pretty crazy. Anyways. Oh, I'm feeling I need to find the right mode. There we go.
Zana Midbonen said, I think I need to replace the main guns on my ship.
Well, I would...
Nova Galaxy said, because with cram it can be counted by CIWS and LAMs versus APS that can only be counted by LAMs.
Well, you're technically right, but on the other hand, APS doesn't do that much damage when it comes to big battleship fights. When it comes to small ship fights, I think it can be a good idea.
I can T-seem to fix my crambuster issue, Sayukim dead.
Well, I gave you some tips before with what you needed to change. Did you see that? Because otherwise, like, shots fired is the thing that should matter the most.
Said, yes.
That's really strange. Make sure you haven't accidentally like unchecked that specific parameter.
Said, I even used the Gimli diffs.
Yes, you did, but the Gimli diffs stock settings are on like 50 or something, because the Gimli also has a kinetic APS against crams and stuff. You need to lower that to like 5 to 10. That's what I meant. Did you try to change that setting I showed to 5 to 10? And make sure it's active? Because that should be the thing. Anyways, cram can be countered via civs and lambs, Nova Galaxy said. It's true, but battleship main gun crams are not easy to shoot down with civs. And if you can shoot down something like the Gimli's crams with lambs, you probably spend too much on it.
I've tried ignoring outside 01, I've tried ignoring inside 1500, neither worked Sir Slain.
Well, Zangloon, That's pretty difficult. Yeah, that's I don't know then. It's
Nova Galaxy
difficult.
said, I designed most of my APS to drill into armor.
Yes, you can drill into armor if we have a lot of armor, but cram shells just ignore armor. They just go into it and explode inside, and it doesn't matter if you have 8 meters of heavy armor. APS can be good, but when it comes to good APS, it's usually sandblasters. And the best sandblasters are, from what I understood, not railgun sandblasters, but actually pure railgun. That's the most usual good sandblasters. And those sandblasters can, of course, dig deep into enemies. They work a little bit like lasers did before the fire update. But if you're up against bulky designs, you can drill all you want.
Said, warp drives are an excellent counter to crams.
Yes, if you have warp drives.
Said, can cram ignore my 20 meters of armor on my SBB?
Yes, cram can ignore 20 meters of armor. It doesn't matter, it just goes through. When we have battleship crams, it will just go through. If you've seen... It's like, you know...
Scovy Mashin said,
Scovimation,
crams
very
find
welcome.
armor tasty. The only way to stop a cram is to dodge.
Yep, that's exactly right. And as you've seen, like Suzu, she made that really big ship, the Stellarion, and it has like, what is it, like 30 meters or something of heavy armor. It's just absolutely insane. And do you know what? You know this Super Davidos ship I built, which is absolutely silly and not very good looking? Well, those crams penetrate that armor and explode inside. They will ignore it. I wonder how far we kind of jump here.
Nova Galaxy said, or just have power lambs.
Well, lambs are not gonna stop many cram shells. The really big Stellarion made by Suzu, it has some really serious lambs.
Scovy Mashin said, especially if the cram is suppressed, good luck dealing 200k in 1 second.
Yeah, and 200k is not gonna be enough. I built a new cram cannon. Let's check the health of those, and that's definitely, this is a battleship cram cannon. It's a really big one. But power lambs, no, they won't stop. If you have, if you are a bigger ship that's coming up against a smaller ship with crams, you can defend against crams. You don't need to care about those crams. But if you are having a similar enemy, here we have it, the Holy Fire.
Zana Midbonen said, a charge lambs may work.
Charge lambs may absolutely work, but it works for, I don't know, the first 3 shots, and crams will continue firing. This has 400,000 health. So yeah, if you can deal 400,000 damage to this thing before it hits, sure, that works. But can you do that every 20 seconds? Now, when the fire update is actually out, we need to check this loadout a little bit here. It has, oh, it has EMP pellets? We're gonna replace the EMP pellets with high explosive. And I think we're gonna decrease the frag pellets a little bit. We don't need many of them. And I think the fragmentation angle should be 180. Alright. Here we have fragmentation pellets. We're gonna replace them with some more incendiary pellets. Like that, maybe? We can't use the sliders on this one, because if we use sliders on a crime cannon like this, we'll destroy the 3D structure.
Nova Galaxy said, I managed to shot down all of Gimli main cram with 5 CIWS.
Nice. But can you do that consistently? And also, it's a matter of cost. If it's on a really expensive ship.
Said, my current battleship S-crams have 350k health for 180k. Any lambs trying to stop one shell is just a waste of budget when the other 4 come in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Crams are pretty cost effective. You need to evade them. If you can't evade them, crams... If your enemy can't evade your crams, crams is a really good option. But the question is, Nova Galaxy, from what cost are you firing? Because if you have like a 20 million battleship, of course you're going to be able to stop the Gimle. It's not invincible, but for that cost you could bring in 10 Gimles, and that would probably be harder to test. That would lag too much for anyone to even test, but yeah. I think it gets my point across. Crams are just worth it. A lot of people like to use APS because it's cooler, according to them. And that makes sense. And it has like a better
Nova
like
Galaxy
World War I, World War II vibe.
The setup was only 500k, I think.
Okay, well that's nice. But can you stop them consistently? Or does it only stop like a volley or two? Because if somebody submits something that can counter the Gimle's...
Nova Galaxy said, yes.
Well, I'm not certain what you said yes to, but I suspect you mean it can like consistently counter the Gimle, which is great. Then it could probably be something to try and send in to battle the Gimle. Because if you have a system that can consistently ignore Gimle's crams, either if it's avoiding them, that works too, but also if you can shoot them down, you have a pretty good chance at winning against the Gimle. Because if the Gimle can't use its crams, it's probably not going to win. But I've seen many try to do that, and so far the best method seems to be to not try to engage the Gimle's crams, but simply evade them, or just dealing more damage quicker. Like the 10 Commandments, for example.
Nova Galaxy said, it asks for a SBB with 6M budget. It's hard to find things to fill that budget.
Yeah. 6 million budget. You know, the Super Davidos, which I put on the workshop, costs 6 million. And it is also a system that uses crams as the main weapon systems, together with my bolt guns, but the crams are still dealing most of the damage. The bolt guns are just cool. You can download that, and that has like similar crams like the Gimle, but it has more of them. I can check how many. I wonder how strong this blast is now. Explosive damage, 33,000. Probably add some more. EMP, EMP. I think we're gonna have some more on the incendiary. Are they still just the same as the explosive ones? We need to check them out later. There we go. Corner. EMP, EMP, EMP. Right, cram settings. The intensity is pretty high on this cram. I'm not sure it should be this
Galaxy
high.
said, plan defense for SBB-12 single-barrel 80mm APCIWS and 250K power lambs.
Yeah. See if it works. See if it works. See if it can stop the Super Davidos. That's a fight we're gonna see on the channel later, I think. The Super Davidos against the Stellarium. Now is the question here. How
Nova
intense?
Galaxy said, 8 will be available to fire on a broadside.
Yeah. See how much health that adds up to, because you need to deal a lot of damage quick. And they also need to spread out so that they engage different targets, so that they don't just shoot one of the Super Davidos crams. Let's see here, 35 intensity. I'm having a feeling this is, I think 35 intensity. I think that might be a bit much. We're not targeting armor with this thing, mind you. If this was a hollow point flame, that would make sense. I think we can have a configuration for a hollow point with this. Anyways. Shell health. It has a lot of shell health. It should be hard to shoot this one down. I think we probably... It's possible we need a slight bit of more oxidizer. I'm thinking possibly incendiary intensity to 0.5. And then having...
Nova Galaxy said, heavy head and 3 solid with a RPM of 1000.
I see. But you'll have to calculate the damage per second for 8 of those and basically do calculations on how long time it would take. Then you'll know. Or just test it, that's more fun. But the Super Davidos is there. You can use it to test. It's gonna be funny when we have the Stellarium versus the Super Davidos. I think it's the Super Davidos is... It's gonna be really interesting. Yeah. Not to spoil, but... we couldn't run that battle, but with a fair material to material, the Super Davidos is probably stronger than the Stellarium, most likely. But of course, that many Super Davidos we couldn't add to amount to 30M. It lags too much. Okay, no, wait, no, well, now we'll need
Nova
to...
Galaxy said, note the Gen 5 SBB was only 57M and it had a budget of 75M.
Yes, that's some previous one.
Nova Galaxy said, when finished. Scobie Mashin said, if you want to test it, I put an older version of my battleship cannon in the blueprint bot. It has more health than the current one, 440k I believe.
can be. I'm gonna spawn the Super Davidos later. We can just see how much health its crams have. We're still having EMP damage. Whoa. What? Why didn't this fire? It doesn't fire. Did I accidentally do something to it? No. Let's see here. We can probably just add a little fire control computer then. Kinetic damage. This is a pen depth incendiary, of course. That's why I thought it was a little bit high in intensity. Doesn't need that much intensity. It still has EMP damage though. It's not visible, the menu here. Should be pretty easy. Here we have EMP. Don't want it to make EMP damage. One left. Nova Galaxy. Hydrate. Stretch. Which I should do more often. And a posture check. Well, thanks for that. Somewhere on this slab, I do believe we have a raging fire in the background.
Nova
we
Galaxy
should have an EMP
said,
thing here.
most likely can send it an Andromeda Star airship when that ship if finished, and for the Gimli I can send the Police Star airship.
Definitely. Make them adhere to the rules and they can be official battles. That would be great. That's a hardener.
Nova Galaxy said, I don't use cram because of block count.
Yeah, the block count is a bit of a problem when it comes to crams, that's for sure. That can add up pretty quickly. I don't know, I don't find this stray EMP thing.
Crave said, also crams are heavy. Crave said, and hi.
Hi, Crave. Lieutenant Crave E. Crams. Are they that heavy? Let's see here, it's like 40. They weigh the same as metal. What does APS? 35, 30. And what about the most important components then? 40. Yeah, that's the same. But of course, ammo clips are lighter, that's for sure.
Nova Galaxy
it's a bit lighter.
Said, I did build a 31 by 31 by 18 Doom cram.
That's a pretty decent Doom cram. They're very effective, but sure, block count is a bit of an issue. I kind of wanted to find this stray EMP block, but whatever, I guess we'll just have a tiny bit of EMP damage then. Doesn't hurt. Can. hit something important. You never know. Explosive damage.
Nova
That's pretty
Galaxy
decent.
said, cut the crossbones clean in half.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm wondering though, it's maybe nice to have a higher... Now kind of lower the intensity of the flames. Right? Fire fuel. 30 intensity. 30 intensity, I think that's probably pretty decent, right? And we have a fire fuel. I'm kind of thinking we're bringing a little bit too much oxidizer here. I think the previous value of 0.25 was probably good enough. Because it deducts so much potential damage. But it will burn components underwater, which is nice, of course.
Nova Galaxy said, can T use the percent palette and remove it by setting the percentage to 0 and click replace? Zana Midbonen
No.
said, I always feel stupid when trying to make 3D cram Tetris.
No, can't use the palette. Not for not for 3D cram. It destroys the 3D cram. It's so unfortunate. 3D cram Tetris. It's a little bit of a hassle to get into. That has to be said. Let's spawn the crossbones for fun. I kind of feel this shot will like miss. No? Okay, so here we had a tiny little explosion, which is nice.
Said, doing multi-barrel 3D cram is the personal hell I crawled out of.
Well, I think it's decent fun, but it's a... I understand what you mean, it's a bit of a hell too. We just pause this here. And just check the fire tool here. So you're half a million.
Nova
still
Galaxy
there. Good.
said, also I like the dumbness of a rapid-fire 20 inches 500 millimeters gun. Major Snake said, hey, it's that game where you basically need a basics in engineering.
Yes. At least. Anyways, Nova, I do enjoy my bolt gun for the same reasons. It's super... It's fun. This is some serious fire is spreading here. The cool thing about these low intensity fires with the pan depth fuse is that we can explode things inside of the enemy and just start the fire there, and interior components will just burn.
Sips copy, this is fine.
Yeah, very much so. They'll sit in the bridge and be like that
Nova
dog in
Galaxy
flames.
said, can you try to build a 1M nuclear cram?
1 million nuclear cram. I'm not sure I could. That's probably a little bit too big. That's insane. But I can spawn. I tried before and met some kind of lag spike, kind of. I need to check if I have that project ongoing or not. Oh, this fire just continues.
Zana Midbonen said, I would love to have hash crams.
Hash crams would be absolutely crazy. But I guess they shouldn't give us more reasons to use crams. Unless they can make some... I don't know, it would be kind of nice if they could make the connection blocks for crams like up to 4-meter rods instead or something. So we could lower the block count a little bit. That would be nice. At least the connectors. So, if we go in... If we pause the game a little bit... No, it's... Stop it. No. Because I wanted to check fires. Anyways, it's the spawning. Man.
Nova Galaxy.
So
said,
much
and just for fun, all of my battlecruiser and battleship will have a nuke inside my ammo just in case it explodes. It will be pretty. Scobie Mashin. Said, smoke pellets when. Antikythera. Said, 4-meter 3D cram Tetris sounds like too much for my poor brain.
I can understand that. I'm just trying to spawn ideas, but I don't know. Maybe they could just update the game engines or something. But why should we have smoke cram pellets? What's the reason? Can't understand that. And I do like the idea of having a nuke inside of the ammo, just for cinematic effect. That is a cool idea. Lazy devs, couldn't they make them orange or something? It's still just high explosive pellets.
Sangloon. Said, advertisement.
That
Scobie
is
Mashin.
right.
Said, smoke would just be for goofs.
I'm gonna save this thing.
Sangloon. Said, I once tried setting up some APS and having smoke in a few rounds. It worked funny for suppressing enemy lambs and lasers, but you do need to set up your own detection to not use laser RF. Nova Galaxy. Said, fun fact, cameras can see through glass, so you have a camera under 5 m of glass and armor.
That's quite a good idea. Nova Galaxy. I also do put my detection cameras and laser trackers and stuff that can see through things behind, and I don't even use glass. They see through, you know, the deck, the
Zana
deck ports.
Midbonen.
They are more
Said,
protective.
what about plasma pellets?
Oh my god, plasma pellets would be absolutely amazing. That would be so cool. They didn't add incendiary pellets at first, but then they added them because I guess some folks kind of... we kind of asked them to on the official From the Depth Discord. Once you try to have setting up some APS for having smoke. Yeah. Well, that could work. Smoke would be for goofs, yeah. Just have a big smoke cloud from the crams. That would be funny. This is the pen depth setup now,
Nova
but
Galaxy.
we're gonna switch to a whole
Said,
point.
antimatter missiles and APS when.
Antimatter missiles. That would be pretty cool. Let's see here. No, let's see here. Remove. I just wanna check if there is some type of. I kind of want to have add all the blocks to armor refit so that we can have... I want to have all blocks here now. So we can just replace specific blocks would be nice. Because I want to test that hollow point incendiary idea. But to do that, we need to, of course, fix our structure here. So I've saved this version in
Nova
the little
Galaxy
ad break. And now I'm
said,
going to
they sunk my
replace
scouts,
stuff.
I gave them a black hole for their ignorance, lol.
That serves them right. Appropriate response. Alright. That's a frag. So I'm just gonna try and find the frags here, replace them with incendiary, and we're going to set this up as a high high intensity system, of course, because it's gonna be hollow point. I don't want a lot of frag when it comes to a hollow point system. I've been toying around with it a lot before, but I found the idea cool to have like a narrow spread just digging deep, but in practice they did a pretty bad job, so kind of not doing that. Now is the question...
Nova Galaxy said, if Cram had 8
much.
meters version, then I would be more interested in using them. Nova
Yeah,
Galaxy
would be hard to
said,
set up.
if
It would be hard to use if they had that. At least if we want to do 3D. If we had 2D, it's a difficult topic, Cram Cannons. Just make the game not lag so much. That will be all.
Zana Midbonen said, DIFCRAMS.
Diff crams? Direct input fed crams. That's... I don't see how that would work. We're gonna listen to Kino because we talked about them in the music section a bit. Anyways. Here we can see. Incendiary, good. Those it's an explosive one.
Scovy Mashin said,
Nice.
That's just a cram with a 60-second reload and high packing.
Yeah. That's true. That's incendiary. Incendiary. That's explosive. Ah, this is not another explosive.
Nova Galaxy said, when I got my new PC I put 2 Gen 2 SBB against it other and it was running smoothly, keyword was.
Whoa. Smoothly. That's incendiary too. Oh, explosive. Seriously need a better way to do this. It's... this is so medieval. Alright. We still have high explosives present. Oh, we have this floor, right?
Nova Galaxy
No.
said, and now that my ship have more block, not that is not possible, need to update my PC again, SMH. Antikythera said, just finished a 3D Tetris 4-barrel 19 by 19 thump incendiary cram, my current crowning achievement.
Definitely. Just as you get a better PC, you can build something serious and then you're outdated again. Hate when it happens. I feel the same since I updated this computer. This is a new computer since like January or something. Maybe we got them now. We can hope. No, I didn't get all the explosive. Whatever. That's so little explosive. I will not care about that. We have almost 1 million in fuel, which is great.
Xauber Crow TV said, "Stare bruh, wanna speak about outdated PCS? Hold my beer."
Yeah, Xauber, you.
Nova Galaxy said, Antikythera 1901, now build a 31 by 31 by 21 cram and use it against the Meg.
That is always nice. Anyways, finished for 3D Tetris 4 barrels. Anyways, Sauerkraut, yeah, you don't have a very new computer. If my previous computer's components weren't mostly my friends, I would post order them to you. But I think you have... I think actually you have the same graphics card though. It's not bad. It's not bad. Or wait, didn't it break for you? Anyways, I don't know. How exactly? Alright. Incendiary oxidizer. I think this is mostly gonna hit over water.
Nova Galaxy.
Or maybe
said,
not.
I may build a super meg and call it Mosasaur.
If we have max intensity, we have intensity of 40, which is something we're gonna need that when we have a thump system going on.
Xauber Crow TV said, MHNA GTX 970 OC, but all other parts entire PC is just outdated AF, can't really play anything anymore.
Yeah, right. GTX 970, that's exactly, that's a decent graphics card, but it's a little bit old. Definitely a little bit old. 40 intensity, that's nice. But I'm getting sad to see all the missing
Nova
fuel.
Galaxy said, because bigger is better, semi-FTD players maybe.
Bigger is better indeed. Usually. From the depth at least. Let's see. Now we have the hollow point variant. Let's see if we're in God mood still. We can spawn the crossbones just to kind of check it out a little bit. Let's slow down time. Trying to shoot at that cram. I kind of would expect it to do more damage. Now we can see the explosive monk. No, not explosive. It's like the fire monkey branched its way over there. And in like 20 seconds or something, we're gonna have the next round. Oh, damn it,
Nova
we missed
Galaxy
that one.
said, achievement kill the crossbones in one shot.
I did try that with the Mega Cram I was developing before, but man, that lags. I'm gonna see if I have the platform with it still. Alright. Good. Now we have a fire over the water here. see here. It's good that it has that much oxidizer because it's burning still. Underwater, no problem. That's good. This is gonna be a pretty good complementary systems. Nice. And the fire spreads really nice on this shot here. And the intensity of this flame makes it so much quicker to burn down. Thanks to all the wooden blocks on the crossbones, the fuel is upheld, but the intensity of the flame is actually lower. So it's kind of crazy, but you can actually use wood as some kind of flame retardant, almost, if you have a good bit of wood before the rest of the armor. Now it all went out. Turning a pretty intense flame here. I think this cramp camp is gonna burn up pretty quickly. One thing that's pretty interesting with this setup is that the health should be a lot higher. Yeah. Now the health is 470k, so that's a bit higher. I think this can be a good thing to kind of try and use also.
Nova Galaxy said, player how many 500mm APH shells is to much other player more player looks at 42,500mm shells and flight looks at other player.
Yeah. It's all those diff gun battles where we just have a cloud approaching the enemy. It's crazy. We're gonna save the holy power as an hollow point variant. I think that will be nice. It has what? Oh yeah, I switched some laser receiver. That's why it's cost tiny bit less. I feel that the pen depth did better damage, but this is also a... We should spawn the Megalodon for that. If we want to see what it does to something with armor. Steel Striders. Megalodon. That's very far away. Well, whatever. I'm gonna see if this will hit. Nah. Sad. We're still God mode, yeah? Now it should have good detection, right?
Nova Galaxy said, almost done with my super carrier. All I need to do is deco work, connect CIWS to AI and make the bridge.
Deco work can take very long too. When it saves, yeah. Bridge is an important part. We're just bouncing. The Meg's getting lucky. So many deflections. They didn't buff shields or something in the fire update, right? Because I heard nothing about that and read nothing about it. Ew, I think it's trying to target underwater. I think that's the issue. And the angle is so steep. Oh wait. Are you kidding me? Okay.
Nova Galaxy said, why are you trying to win against Rum?
What do you mean RNG? What happened with this flame? I wonder though. Just no flame present there. No at all. It didn't start a fire. Why?
Nova Galaxy said, if you shell will bounce or not.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll never know. It's just that so many bounced in a row. I thought it was pretty nice luck on the crossbones part. We need to stay up here. We're just gonna check the fire. Oxidizer. We can burn quite a bit underwater with this. It's kind of weird that if the fire is underwater you can't see it from above water, and if the fire is above water you can't see it from underwater. Now the oxidizer ran out and the fuel got washed away. Right, so if we're gonna hit consistently underwater we need more oxidizer, but I think this is probably enough, right? Well, it's also possible that it's stupid to have this amount of catalyst intensity setting on it too.
Nova Galaxy said, fun fact, you can ignore heavy armor by firing more shells at it.
Yeah. You definitely
Nova Galaxy said, the more you know.
It's like some pretty basic from depth tips, but I agree. This is just... I'm feeling that the Hollow Point Cram doesn't do a good job against the Megalodon's type of armor. I mean, it burns, but... even with max intensity, it's kind of slow. We might need more oxidizer. But it's good it disabled the turret, it looks like. 2 barrels, at least. It's like sometimes the fire just disappears. Like some of the time, the fire monkey branch to somewhere, and some of the time it just doesn't. Look at that. Nah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this hollow point system. It seems to not do that much. So we basically know it's not a hack. Yeah, definitely. I think I'm just gonna get something to drink and go to the bathroom a little bit quickly, so I'll be right back with you. See you soon.
Antikythera said, dang, those armor tests had my hopes up.
Let's see here. This armor test has your hopes up. Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's possible that it will be really good for some other setups. I've just looked at my volume here and I can see that the volume...
I managed to beat the Gimli with 2 half-asses, 1 mil ships, circle prize.
Picked up everything really well, so cheers to you. Anyways, I'm gonna put aside... I'm just going into Twitch on my phone and just going to the stream and I can see the audio. Anyways. Sagloon, I managed to beat the Gimli with 2 half-asses 1.1 mil ships. Well, that's nice. I guess you flanked it, because that would be a super nice method. We're gonna switch up the music too. With... I haven't listened to this for years. We're going to listen to Abon Amarth.
Sangloon said, well, the ship that was crossing your T stopped to avoid collision or something, so no flanking was involved. Zana Midbonen said, can confirm flanking the Gimli works great.
Flanking the Gimli works absolutely fantastic. Very good. It works very good, actually. Everything is saved. We're just gonna remove some stuff. Now we can see if I can find this platform. Platform. Probably not. Maybe it's inside of here. Cram test. No?
Sangloon said, I don't like making one-siders because they feel like cheating to win 1v1s.
I see. That makes sense. I just realized that in the text-to-speech thing, I think Sauber helped us with postponing that commercial thing. But anyways, what do you think about the text-to-speech thing? Is it just annoying, or is it like nice to not read the chat when you didn't? It works when we're not too many people. Let's see here. I'm just gonna set the because I see I need to make it read the symbols, because it's weird when it doesn't read the symbols. Chat, let's see here. Filters, there we go. Read symbols in messages.
Antikythera
yes, check.
said, agreed as long as there's not too many.
Sorry, so, yeah. Yeah, Sangloon, I agree. One-siders feels a little bit cheesy, and that's one thing that makes the Gimli pretty effective, you know? Flanking the Gimli is an absolutely fantastic way to... I was crossing your T to avoid stopping collisions. Yeah. Flanking needs to be involved. The other side of the Gimli is just thin air, kind of. Platforms. I checked that. The ugly slab man. There is the Super Davidos. Ground. Yeah. No, I don't think I have that super big turret still. It's a shame, but it lags. It lags to hell. Anyways, then we're gonna spawn the Super Davidos and just check out how much health those crams have, since we should do that. And it takes a few moments for it to load properly, because this
Zana
is a very
Midbonen
big thing.
said, the Gimli tried to cheese me, so I buried it under a mountain of cheese.
Well, that's a fair tactic, Netramera.
Xober Crow TV said, what face?
Wait, what? Right, okay, yeah. Actually, the Super Davidos only has 4 crams. They have only 170k health each. Or 180k basically. So since those decimals, if we're not going to care about what is it, 30 health or something? Not 30, I mean 200 health more than it's, yeah. Anyways. Very nice. 4 of them. And then we have these ones too. These are more like decoy-y. I think they are only carrying Gardener. Anyways, we have an ad break incoming in 52 seconds. So that's good to know. I think that will be absolutely fine, yeah. One thing I want to do is I want to reconfigure the one of the bolt guns to have a mix of incendiary. I'm gonna see how fast they shoot, because I don't remember. I just love this sound. It lags so much. Very nice sound. Anyways, see you after the ad break. Or wait, no? This is... Okay, so we're not having an... God damn it. Okay, whatever. Seems that we're not having an ad break. Then. Anyways, well, whatever. Might as well.
Xober Crow TV said, takes a bit extra, it is just tedious.
What did you do? Recoil, let's see here. Now we have it. So hello YouTube, here we are.
Antikythera said, I've been doing some testing and thump and narrow frag absolutely rips. Xober Crow TV said, nothing, it just takes a few secs extra.
Oh, I see. Just takes a few seconds extra, yeah. Anyways, when I'm saying hello YouTube, I'm speaking to you or watching this VOD specifically. Because I don't stream on YouTube anymore, since I am an affiliate nowadays. I can only stream to one platform. So then I stopped streaming to YouTube, which is might as well, because I don't want to flood the content there. I produce so much YouTube videos anyways. We don't need more. Anyways. How fast is one of these? I think we need to spawn. Yeah, we need to spawn the platform here again. This can just be there. Do we have something that just absolutely kills cram shells, I wonder? Twitch is back from ad. Well, welcome back. Anyways. Antikythera. I've been doing some testing and thump and narrow frag absolutely rips. You know what? I did some testing too. I don't know if you were on the channel when I did that, but when I built the Gimla during that series, I did some testing sessions where we test different cram setups. And one cram setup we tested was this thing. Let's see here. It's the Crusher. Not the Stoner, it's the... What the hell? What is this? Why is it so narrow and why does it have such a... This is a weird design. I never used it. I want to. Sorry, getting distracted. Oh, and here we have the stealth dagger. These are using what are they called? Suppression barrel things. They are on the Gimla as decoys. Anyways,
Sana McBonin said, "Can someone help me with the Tetris for my 21 by 21 cram turret? My desk is getting to many head-shaped dents."
Well, cram Tetris is pretty basic. You'll just need to fit it together. I don't know. Help you? I mean, 21 by 21, that's pretty large though.
Xaber Crow TV.
Maybe you can just look.
Why add in more dents isn't the one from the headset enough? Kappa.
Lol. Yeah. And are you making 21 by 21 as a turret or 21 by 21 as a box? I don't know. But the Gimla has some T17 crams Tetris. I think that's pretty decent. Maybe you can look at it and learn some patterns if you think it's good. Other than that, I don't know. It's, you know, cram cannons. It's pretty much hell, anyways. It's not the detonator, it is the crusher. Here it is. Sorry. So, an equally sized turret to the detonator is the crusher. The crusher costs 1.7. The detonator is cheaper, but I think it has less... No, I think this has the same amount of armor or something. I don't know. Anyways, it has the same amount of cost. This is... Anyways, here we have the crusher. And if you look at the crusher here, we have fragmentation 1 degree. We have hardener, we have frag, that's all. A tiny bit of EMP. And this thing, man, in my tests, it absolutely just ripped the test subjects apart. It dealt super heavy damage with thump on the front. It couldn't be taken out by lambs very easily, because it has 140, 120, 140-ish thousand health. Except they can be taken out, which is a problem. This thing has a health of 180k, so it can be taken out too. But the thing is that even though this has 3 times the health, they all got shot down because of, you know, diff flak. Diff flak or flak is not in the game anymore. It's anti-munition anti-warhead munition. I don't know why they renamed it that. It was so stupid. But anyways, they did. Anti-munition, whatever warhead, nobody cares. Did deal damage to all of these 3 shots at once and was able to take it out. And I don't know if this is just me, but if I add shit to synchronization, things stop working. I promise you, it just stops to work. It just starts getting really terrible. Guns stop firing. They miss. All sorts of weird things happen for me when I use the synchronization menu. So, I don't. And my reason to solve this was that you can see these has slightly different reloading times. 19 seconds, 17 seconds, little-ish 19 seconds for this one too. So they kind of shoot a little bit off sync. But too many of them got shot down. I couldn't get through. And when it came to real test subjects, that super scary stream of death, I thought that my 1 degree fragments cone did. It didn't deal that much fatal damage when it came to it, so I was just like, well, what the hell, whatever. And that's why the Gimli has the detonator instead. I think they might have the same Tetris even, I don't know. Anyways, let's spawn 3 Megalodons. I think somebody said we should test the Super Davidos against the 3 Megalodons. And now I did exactly that before I could stop myself. Let's see if we crash the game. The first volley of diff shots are just sad. Ooh, here you can see the detonators come in. No, they all missed. All the 3 doom crams just missed. Man. I think the music fits now, finally, with some action. So basically, right now, the Super Davidos has a cost of, what does it? The Megalodon has a cost of ish 2 million. And the Super Davidos is at below 6 million, kinda. So I would consider this a fair fight. Anyways. Did you know you can see the fire damage here? The latest version of the Super Davidos, which is on the workshop, and the only one you have access to, unless you are a commissioned officer, actually has fire damage. Some of these missiles pack fire damage. They have incendiary, and some of the diff rods actually pack some fire too. Thought it was a fun thing to include. Excuse me. I don't think this fire damage is gonna deal a lot of damage, but they will help with lowering the AP for the. I have a bolt. I have a bolt gun with small caliber, and it shoots really fast. That will definitely just melt through the armor. It will help it very much when the armor is burning. It's gonna be weakened. I think this thing kind of died, actually. Okay, so in the top corner we can see damage dealt. Is this damage dealt only, or is it damage dealt totally from damage dealt and taken? I don't actually know that. Some of these man, this symbol is weird. I don't know what it means. Yeah, this one is dead in the water. The mini bolt gun is still spamming shots though, but it's despawning. Please, switch targets. Why are you not working? Did you take EMP damage again? Oh yes, you did. Haha. Yeah, so this is the Octodad diff gun. This is my most meme diff gun I ever made. It's like a cheap structure with diff rods on it, and they have integrated ammo, so you don't need to even put down... You don't even need to load them with a specific ammo. They come preloaded. You just drop this down, and you have... What's 5 times 8? That's like 40, I think. Yes, it is. You have 40 diff shells, 500 millimeters, just doing maximal damage. And half of them are Hesh and half of them are pure frag. Pretty crazy. Yeah, so these are a little bit memey, I admit, that is true. But I also built the Super Davidos not to be nice, just to win. It has too many anti-missile missiles too, it's just insane. It's silly. Here you can see the bolt guns are bolting, and here we have the mini bolt gun. But there are too many sounds now in the air, so we can't hear it. What shell are we following? What is this now? This is an armor-piercing secondary heat. Yeah, that's an armor-piercing secondary heat, I think. It just didn't hit. Well. Oh wait, I spawned on a new one. Here we have the tracer rounds, which are weakening the shields, but this thing is helping a lot with what is it? Accuracy, because it has a visible tracer, improving the accuracy for the rest of them. Not that we can notice that right now, but whatever. Here we can see some of the telephone poles incoming here. First I was like, why are everybody calling them telephone poles? And then I was like, well, but they are 20-meter shells with a 500mm thickness. So that's pretty much a telephone pole. I do think a telephone pole is basically 30 meters or something, but whatever. Wait, one Megalodon is over there. This one is despawning and we just can't let it die in peace. This one is looking menacing and approaching. But definitely, Nova Galaxy, if you make a ship and you want something meaty and memey with a lot of crams that do serious damage to test against, the Super Davidos is there for you. Nice. This one is basically dead. Yeah, no surprise, the Super Davidos will beat 3 Megalodons. Pretty fair fight. But that does take us to the part where we can assess how well did the Super Davidos in such a battle. I know the battle isn't over yet, but well, it kinda already is. The Super Davidos has gone down 5% in health. None of the main guns, possibly this one. Yes. One of the main guns has been disabled. Most of the auxiliary guns seems to be online and acting. And you can see that I have pretty thick armor on the Super Davidos. I don't usually have this thick armor, but for the Super Davidos I wanted it to be, you know, pretty decent at least. So you can see it most of the shots from the Megalodon didn't penetrate the armor of the Super Davidos, and that's of course to be expected because the Megalodon isn't the best gun setup at all. But the armor does absorb a lot of damage, that can be said at least. Not that we needed this spalling here, since we don't even suffer hash rounds at us. Well, it doesn't shoot at us anymore, any of them. Or does this even shoot at us? I don't think so. It seems to be burning too. We're launching VLMs to it. So many of our diff guns are slightly damaged. Taking some EMP damage here. We're just gonna clean the slate here. Well, now I think I just want to spawn. I just want to spawn the thing we started on last time. We'll see if we build on it a little bit. Probably just a little bit, but it's fun checking out. And I don't like to over armor, that's the thing, but I feel like I did a revision to this thing here. Because I want more passive float, but I don't want too many blocks. So, the block behind the metal is going to be alloy, so it's going to be slightly less more armored than I wanted it to be first. But that's worth it. So, I think we should start outlining that, because having 1 meter of metal for this size of a ship, man, that's just... yeah, that's just cheap and weird. We're not gonna do that. It's too weird. So we're adding 1 meter of alloy behind it to kind of just back up the structure a good bit, right? Love when things are in even numbers of 4. Let's see here, that means we can... yes, we can fill here. Now we have kind of the wrong angle and we just fill an area in a weird way. That would be so sad, but it didn't happen. Ah, finally. How much block counts do we have now? 100k only. That's the cap for the Gimli battles. Which I think is pretty high. I'm being pretty generous with that block count. And I don't think block count lags that much. It's a little bit overestimated. Water pumps, however, does. And if you have a high block count and water pumps, they get just unimaginably exponentially worse. It's like the worst thing. Right, so we should definitely use the prefab mode. Okay. This is one of the best Amon Amarth songs. There we go. Nah. No. Yes, we have it. We have the symmetry plane. Never mind. I feel I should have made this decision before shaping the entire vessel. I'm not going to put the second layer on the entire front. We're not gonna have very interesting things there anyways, so that can just crumble and whatever. We don't care too much about that. But for this part, for this area here, I want some extra structure because I think we're gonna have some important bits on this section. Like, even though if this like triangle seems small, it kinda isn't, because it's like, what is it? 50 meters? I don't know. Nah, well. Very nice indeed. So we're soon filling in this section. Ugh. Go away. I don't care. As long as the error messages doesn't crash the game, I don't care. Like that. I'm pretty happy with this shaping though. I'm still impressed with it. Let's see. Nice. Now we have that section fixed. Beautiful. Then I can add 3-meter beams here, so I don't need to be annoyed about it. Good. In the back portion here, something like this. Nope. Want it to be nice, tight, like that. Good. In this back portion, we're not gonna put... Oh my god, I forgot the... Okay. Of course. I needed to go out of this. What I should do instead is go into free build mode and just move over. Then I don't mess up the symmetry plane. But I never learned to use the F3 button. See, I did it again. Because I don't know how to use this system. Here we go. It's... My god. Here we go. Super... No. All right. Like that. Mission complete. So that shape is shaped and nice. Then I just wonder if 2 meters of wood is perhaps excessive. I haven't decided finally on exactly what armor gonna be, but it's gonna be mostly on these flat long sides, so it's not gonna be too hard to place. Obviously you can see around where I intended the waterline to be. It's gonna be a pretty low sitting ship. Can be adjusted later too, but that's where we're at now. Now let's see, how thick is... This is just... Right, F3. 2 meters of wood, yeah, that's right. And we have a block count now, still under 100k, good. You never know when it just explodes. Thing is though, I think I want at least 1 meter of wood for like structure-ish. But I'm almost thinking that having this type of beam slope to catch fragmentations, that's just a building method we all have like imprinted in our minds very deeply. But seriously, at this scale, you're gonna throw hash at me? You're gonna throw hash? You're gonna throw heat shells? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody's gonna throw heat shells at this scale. So I'm kind of thinking that this is probably not necessary. It's probably not necessary, yeah. So an alternative armor. Say if we have some wood here, I do want to have the wood backing it. Can I have at least, maybe have like a larger air gap than that. Maybe have like a proper gap, like a big gap. And behind that gap, we have like metal and stone. Metal and stone. And I also have this like armor that should be really cheap and really like good in terms of health. And cost. If we have like wood and stone checkerboards like this, then if we start to fire here, if a wood block starts burning, it won't deal too much damage, right? Since it's gonna be surrounded by stone, the fire shouldn't spread very much. So I'm kind of thinking to have this little like cheap health point sponge setup going, which would be nice. Looks like we have an ad break. For anyone on YouTube, you don't need to watch that ad break. When you're watching this stream a good while after it was launched, then you at least get a few benefits. Isn't that nice? I'm just wondering if we should have anything on the top of here, or if we should just leave this kind of empty. I'm kind of thinking we're just gonna ignore that section, right? I want to have an off-sectioned area though. I'm kind of thinking we're doing something like this. At this point. Welcome back, Twitch. So, I decided to do like this. We're adding a little layer of alloy here to section off this section from the rest of it, like this. I'm gonna do like this. Just gonna fill this area. We just have them section crossed like this, kind of. Three, 3, 3, okay. Very nice. I just want to have 2 layers of alloy in the front here to, you know, if we have an initial blast of something from somewhere, probably just want to have some type of firepower to, or some type of ability to stop that firepower. 2 meters of alloy ain't much, but if there is an pen depth weapon, you know, it should have been triggered by the first layer. And if we have an explosive shockwave or some fragmentations, I think this should be a pretty decent surface. So now the side is pretty thin there, but this is of course internal armor in the front here, just 2 meters of alloy. So you're starting to section it off. Everything in this thing is going to be sectioned off, of course. That's like one of our main building tips on this channel. That's how to do things. Section things off inside of structures will be a really good way. I feel the back is gonna need some sectioning too. I don't think we're gonna have anything important back here either. The question is, how far back? Kinda... this, yeah? Around that. No. No. Let's see.
Antikythera said, is a 100k damage and 14-second reload from good or not?
100 damage.
Antikythera said, or cram?
I don't know. 100 damage? And such hard questions. I'm thinking kind of health. Because the damage... like the health of the cram is more important and the damage comes like secondary. And it depends on the size of the cram too. But like the first function is always the health of the shell, because you can have like 1,000,000 damage and the shell can be so easy to shoot down. It's like just not going to withstand anyone like breathing on it. Then it's of course not good, even if it deals 1,000,000 damage. Too many parameters. It's like saying it's like you know, 200 RPM for 500 millimeter APS good or not? Well, it depends if it's small or big. Pretty thin layer here. I'm starting to second guess myself though on all this alloy. like... Should we
Antikythera
perhaps have just
said,
metal?
is a smaller cram, but the shell has 50k heath.
Well, 50k health? If it's a smaller cram, it's a smaller cram, but it's gonna be easy to take out with lamps and stuff. That can be said. But it's not it's not too easy. You know the stoners, the mortars, the hardener only mortars we looked at on the Super Davidos. It has 40k health, and many of them go through enemy systems because there are just so many. It's a sheep system, yes, and it's mostly there to trick the enemy. That's also true, but you know, sometimes it clips off barrels and stuff.
Rorston VT said, RORSTEN Ray. Query
Oh my god.
said, Rorste real life Rorston. Rorston VT said, how's it going?
Well, hello Rorston, it's going good. We are, thanks for the raid, by the way. I don't think we
Rorston
had a raid
VT
for a really long
said,
time.
How did you get the TTSLMAO? Keeposen said, Rorste People Metal.
Well, that Pepe didn't come through the text-to-speech. How did you get the text-to-speech? Well, Rorston, I can send you just I can send you the link to the page I'm using. I'm testing it today for the first time. So it's yeah. I never
said,
used it before.
Oh, okay, sure, I'd love to test that in the future.
Yeah, it's a little bit when not too many viewers are engaged in the chat. It's really nice to not read the chat because I'm so bad at catching the messages sometimes. It's embarrassing. So I thought this was a better solution. I saw some other YouTubers using not YouTubers, Twitch streamers
Rorston VT
using this.
said, yeah, my chat goes fast, so it's a good idea. Muanpa said, what is that on the background? Rorston VT said, anyway, what are we building today?
Muanpa, if you're referring to the music we're listening to, Amon Amarth, it's some, is it death metal? Anyways, shout out was given to Rorston VT. Very nice. Well, Rorston, we are building the largest ship
Rorston
I have
VT
ever constructed.
said, thank you for the shout out.
You're welcome. I think Sauber is sending that out. They're really good. Thanks. Anyways, this is the largest thing we ever built. We're already up in 100k blocks. It's 700 meters, and I'm only building this because even though the Super Davidos is probably better per material than the Stellarion, I want a ship that can beat the Stellarion straight
MF
up.
Hutch Rat King. Rorston VT said, not even a kilometer, cheeky smiley face.
Yeah, not even a kilometer, but you know, I only have 32 gigs of RAM, and it's gonna have cram cannons probably. It's impossible for the camera to catch this because my camera is shit. But this is my blueprint, and we're gonna have some crazy crams on this thing. The block count is gonna be insane, or like yeah, it's not gonna even be funny. I'm however starting to think that perhaps this alloy needs to be replaced by something, because I feel alloy is better as interior armor.
Said 1-2 mil a month on Spotify and didn't recognize. Def should have.
Yeah, if you like the type of music, I don't know, probably there is just so much. But it was years ago I listened to it last time, but I really listened to them a lot before. They're pretty nice. They have a cool vibe. They're kind of Viking inspired or something like that. You can Now, I shouldn't say something I'm not sure about, but I'm pretty sure they're American. Anyways. I need to think if I'm going to have alloy or not. So I'm kind of, you know. I guess we're gonna spawn a new version, no, save a new version. Titan Battleship, that stands for. If anyone wonders.
My go to finish armor is metal, metal alloy checker, alloy stone.
Metal, metal, alloy, checker, alloy stone. Metal alloy checker, yeah. But you know, we're gonna have passive float on this thing. I don't want to use active float on this thing, because the amount of materials the Gimli use per second to keep itself at a nice level in the waterline, it costs so much, and the engine system and everything to even have that. Man, that thing is really expensive. So for this thing, we're not gonna have passive float. We're not gonna have active float like the Gimli. We're gonna have passive float. Size comparison, we should probably load a Gimli. But
said,
yeah.
Stone is quite overkill for an entire layer of armor.
Overkill? Why? It's so cheap. We have so many health points. So many cheap health points. Where is it now? Second chapter. Fleet. There we have it. Stone is like the greatest low-cost health point sponge. It's nice.
Said, yeah, but it's only good for Emp and Fire.
And Kinetic. It's really good against Kinetic. It's the second most efficient block against kinetic damage in the game. Alright.
Antikythera said, Stone Woodchecker is such a cheap yet effective armor.
Yeah, especially with the fire update. Yeah, the game is so small compared to this. Not surprising. Stone is just as heavy as metal, so it's not super heavy. Here we can see this thing. This is like the passive float. Man, I can just demonstrate this. You can see right now we have 1.8 million engine power, round and about. If we add a water pump in here, wait, that's not the entire ship. We need to. It was more apparent before. If we add a water pump here, doesn't it work anymore? What's happening? Whatever. It takes so much less power to run this thing if we have a water pump.
Uprops are never worth it.
Uprops are never worth it. And if you're wondering why the Gimli hovers at exactly this level, do you think it's efficiency? Wrong. It's only the aesthetics. I wanted the Gimli to hover at exactly the waterline, looking splendid, just like this, and not for any other reason at all. Having the Gimli be around exactly the point where the deck is would probably make it much more efficient. Even that causes much less engine power to be used. Man, it's gonna be interesting to see all these wooden structures above the water after the fire update when we continue to record the Gimli battles. Pretty crazy. Anyways, that's... just wanted to see the size comparison. But yeah, I'm thinking alloy is a little bit expensive and floaty to have on the outside. 2 meters of metal is the one setup I wanted to have before. So we're going to we're going to switch that since we still can. Right. Where is it now? Shift E. No, it's a V menu, right? Alloy, 2 metal. Refit. Hope the game doesn't crash. Yeah. Props are never worth it. I can agree with that, but the game is a one-sider, so it's cheesing a little bit like that, and it still has won most of the battles it has been pitched against. So, and that's, you know, one-sider. It's a little bit cheesy, but not too. We have banned most of the cheese tactics, so no diff guns
Royston VT.
in
Said,
high amounts.
Alright, I got things to do today, so I am gonna head out now, but glad I caught a stream laughing face.
Well, have fun doing things today, and thanks for the raid. I hope we catch each other's streams some other times too. In any case, let's see here. No, the refit isn't done. It's still... Yeah. Lagging. I guess we'll be kind of sitting here until it calculates. Oh, it's done. That was fast. Nice. So now we have metal instead of here, so now we can feel that the surface layer is probably strong enough. I am pretty sure we're gonna move back to having wood as a backing material, so we can now have a 3-layer surface. That's a lot to mitigate Hessian stuff, though. Yeah, I'm not sure that's the best place to place armor, actually. I think 2 meters is probably good enough for the first surface. I think so, yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. So, new plan. No wood there. But instead... Yeah, maybe like this. Metal. Which orientation is... Oops, this metal. They're in different orientation, that's good. I think we're gonna have this metal. It's probably good, this orientation here. Question is, so if we have pen depth crams, they're probably gonna set their penetration depth to, I don't know. Question is, that's something I need to test though. Pen depth. Does it react on air? We're gonna save this thing. We need to quickly test that. Right. Load vehicle. Oh, now I feel like we saved this the wrong area. Remove it. Shouldn't be spawned in that folder. So, load vehicle, platforms, RAM test. Well, we're semi-submerged, but whatever. Penetration depth, set to 5 meters, yeah? And this is gonna be a high explosive, right? As a payload. And if we add a sheet here. Nah, look at that. Alright. So 1, traveling just in the air here. and then it's gonna detonate when it's went 4 meters into the armor. I see. Yeah, okay. That's how penetration depth works. I usually like to use time from first impact, and this armor, for the people who use time from first impact, you can see, if we do that, we get a penetration which is less deep. Well. Then it supports us having a little bit thicker armor, but yeah. Having a big air gap is a good idea anyways. Question is 6 blocks air gap? Is that... It will mitigate most of the hash damage and stuff like that. So if we have a layer of sheep armor like this here, metal, and then we have the checkerboards going on like this. Let's just think how far away we can even make this. I'm kind of thinking this could be the thickness of the sides, yeah? So if you have it like that, yeah. Because if we have it closer into it like this, we're going to distance ourselves from a lot of explosive damage. Which means that pure explosive torpedoes and missiles are going to deal so little damage. It's gonna be funny. And maybe... I don't know, even more than this? "12 blocks. That's probably far enough. Something like that. 4 meters. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, And I'm thinking we're going to add perhaps 2 meters of alloy behind of this. To add that extra passive float. We're gonna probably skip out on the heavy armor for the general armor here. I'm kind of worried though that this block count will be too high. But I'm thinking this should be a pretty nice armor. I kind of want to have a funny color on them. We're gonna have this as some kind of light HP armor like this. We're gonna put it blue. We're gonna have this just as caution yellow maybe. Probably not. I don't think we'll have colors here actually. Just have no color on this metal. That should be a decent armor. 2 meters of metal. Distancing ourselves from most of the explosives and stuff. 12 meters of air. Then we have metal just to catch the fragments. And then we just have a health point slab. Possible we should make that thicker. But I'm afraid of the block count. So we're gonna stick with 2 meters of alloy in the end there. Which we're gonna do white, so we can see... No, actually, I like the stock color of the alloy. It's nice. That's beautiful. We have decided. No. 4 high-ish. So, yeah, I'm not gonna fill out the entire area like this, of course. We are just building a block which we can save. This is nice though, you know? I'm gonna save this as a prefab thing. For this particular thing, we're of course gonna make it even bigger, but with should be 12. Nice. Now let's see here. We have these under armor slabs. Now let's see here. I don't remember. S12? I don't remember what the S stands for. Here I have some other armor. Prefabs though. We're gonna have it interior armor. Amour, that's wrong. I think this is the regular, I think this is the 12. I think this is the S12 standard actually. Nice. We're just gonna load. See what this is. This is era armor. Staggered era. Or slopes, right? Let's see what other armors we have set up here. Just for fun. Diamond coat? No. Wait, what's that? Heavy naval hull. This is the one I used for the Super Davidos first. This was just insane. And then I cut out one of the heavy armor blocks to just make it lighter. And it worked fine. Yeah, this is the Super Davidos armor. It's a lot stronger than what we're gonna have on this thing, but it's also a lot more expensive. And here we can see we should have 1 meter air gap there. This is the armor we used on the Gimlet. Staggered era is nice. Wood, metal, yeah, okay. Stone metal, this is the budget run. OA, integrated spooliner, what's this? Ah, too flat. Welcome back from the ad break. You didn't miss any too important. We just looked at some armors. Anyways. Here we can see we have a nice slab here. I am thinking, however, that we should not length. What is it? Yes, it's the length, right? What's a reasonable size to not do too much work, I wonder? Reach to the top there, but that's fine. We'll cut some stuff out if we don't need it to be... Yeah, definitely. Top there. So we're gonna say 4 times the width of what we have now. Now we are having a slight problem though, I just realized. That is that it's not staggered. How could I forget that? That's annoying. Now this music album is over. What we're gonna listen to next? We discussed Opeth a good bit last time. So we're gonna listen to Opeth. Where is he? And what I'm doing is that I need to stagger the wood and stone parts here. Because if I don't, it's going to cause problems, basically. There you see. I'm thinking like this. The fire will easily spread and burn in like columns, and explosive damage trapped in small corners will spread faster. So that's why. Let's see here. Capture the prefab. Save the prefab. Save it as HP sponge. And the probably good idea here is to just select 16. It will be kind of exponential. And we're just gonna copy and paste. I wonder though, yeah, since we're doing even numbers, it's gonna work out perfectly like this. That's good. Okay. Right. So now we're gonna go to 32. And we're gonna double the width to 24. Here we go. If we... Never mind. Mistake. We need to move in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then it should not be uneven. Good, like this. Now we're just gonna... the width of this thing. From 24 to 48, right? Now we can enable symmetry plane. So we can finally put down this armor. Wait, what? Oh, wrong symmetry plane. There we go. Just lagging, oh my god. I wonder what the block count is gonna be when we place down this armor. Ain't gonna be pretty. Okay, this direction. There we go. Let's see. Am I watching the right line? No, there, right? Man. No! Miscalculation. One block more towards it. I could have... I can see that now. It's just that every mistake is such a long time. Now. And now it should work. Alright, good. By the way, if you're watching this stream for the first time and you want to catch us next time, you should probably follow us here on Twitch too, because we're streaming on Twitch exclusively. You probably know about our YouTube channel, so that doesn't need an introduction, but streams are here. So if you are interested in that, probably follow. You'll get some notifications when we're live. Okay, this is a large enough template. The lag time placing this thing every time is just so big that I don't think a larger template slab is a good idea. This should be... I think... I kind of believe in this armor though. Kinda do. 12 meters of air gap. I think I'm being smart, but I don't know. Of course, cram shells are gonna go through. I'm just trying to trick people who are using explode from first impact. Because that's usually smarter than pen depth, because pen depth will not explode at all if it gets deflected. And
Adnecreas said, "Hoi."
Adnecreas, welcome to the stream. But anyways, what was I thinking? We have text to speech. It's a learning experience for me and you both. Are we gonna hydrate here? That will... I have some water left. That's a tiny bit of water. Not even a hydration almost, but... almost. 3 hydrate. Well, that
Adnecreas said, "Oh, we're going for absurd levels of size here."
We're going for absurd levels of size here. Yeah, that's true. Anti-kit tetra. I will need to fetch something to drink in order to hydrate more. But we are indeed going for absurd levels of size, even though the Super Davidos does beat the Stellarion in a cost-effective match. So one Super Davidos gets killed by the Stellarion, yes. But if we match kinda two Super Davidos, I don't remember, but 3 Super Davidos against the Stellarion would probably win. So even though the Super Davidos hits 6 million and 2 large, I want to make the one big ship to just I don't know. And I think I want to see if I can as well. I've been seeing all this silly large battleship that doesn't make any sense and is just crazy and not like a good idea cost-wise in any world, but you know, big battleships are cool, and if I can make a really good one, why not? I wanna try. Alright. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Here we can place this down. Now is the question. Ships are spawned with the noses against each other, which will cause problems if we haven't if we don't have any armor against this. We of course want to keep some distance. It's going to be 4v4. Armors can merge a little bit. That's probably decent, right? So we're having an exterior shell, and within the exterior shell we're going to have this little low-cost HP sponge citadel, and inside of that we're gonna have all the components, and we're going to have the heavy armor. We're not gonna have the heavy armor around the ship at this time because it's well, not a good deal. I think this will be part of the armor, right? Yeah, definitely. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Now we're just going to remove the symmetry plane. Good, that is filled in. I don't think that's good enough. What's the block count? 165,000. I thought it would be worse, kinda. But man, what's my 300? Oh no. We're gonna have too much block count. I don't want to have more than 300 kill block count. Yeah, that's why I was worried. We're gonna have too much block count. Oh, like that. And oh, we have this little edge thing here. Oh, 1 meter of metal it is. Very nice. I think I think this is going to be saved as a new version, yes. This is a good step. See if it's tight and good looking. Yes. So this also, where we have just 2 meters and then a lot of space, really good defense against plasma and explosives. So a big explosive here gonna have a pretty good radius, and like if we just test that, by the way, I'm gonna save this in case something happens. EB5. There we go. Let's see here. Plasma. We're gonna deal around 100k damage with 100 armor piercing. This is a big plasma damage. That looks so cool. I just love that we have the under layer uncolored. It just looks so much more realistic. Never thought of that. Or I did, but I never did it much. Anyways, 100k explosive damage, right? With a radius of, I don't know, 40? Doesn't touch. What if the radius is 100? And the damage is gonna be less, right? Still doesn't damage. If the damage is gonna be really small though, like 10. Just wanna compare damage patterns. Nope. So, really big. Say this is a 1 million damage to the side here. I don't think we can have more than that in a missile. So a max damage missile. Ooh, it actually scratches the armor here in the inside. But man, okay, so a max damage missile kinda will not touch. That's good, that's good, that's really good. This is exactly what I like. I'm so happy I chose this 12-meter air gap. That's so smart. I shouldn't talk about that like on my own designs, but whatever. I think it's a pretty smart idea. About that, we're gonna remove these armor examples. We don't need them for this version. And we don't need spall catchers either. It just doesn't make sense for a size like this. If somebody shoots fragmentations or Hesh at us, it's just too large scale. It's just the wrong weapon to come with. We shouldn't armor against it. It just doesn't make sense. Something that will add a good bit to the block count, though, which is unfortunate, is staggered era. We will need to have staggered era on important parts. We're not going to have it all over the place, of course. That's going to be crazy. But we're going to save this version as the TB5. I'm liking this one so far. And the funny thing too, if we have impact damage, if we have like 1 million impact damage with 100 AP, I don't know if that even happens, but you can see it deals a lot of damage, yes, but we're not getting through here. If we instead hit thick armor with impact like this, that's our like imaginably high, it's gonna do a lot more hurt. But we shall see. I guess that we could just spam... if an enemy would spam hollow point against this side, it would disappear pretty quickly. That's for sure.
Sana Midbonen said, do you think 27 seconds is too long reload time for a cram?
No, 27 seconds, it's not especially long reload time for a cram. I like to have reload times for cram around 20 seconds, but that's because I am scared about them not hitting. But what's efficient, it's probably from 30. between 30 and 40 seconds reload time. I think that's the golden zone for cram cannons for being most effective per. Yeah, that's the best. The detonators have a reload time of 16 seconds. That's a little bit short actually, which also hurts it a little bit because its health on each shell is a little low, and if it had a slow reload time it might have been more effective. I'm not sure. I just didn't want them to miss the first volleys and then die, was my fear. Right, so we have a section off the front here. And, one thing... Yeah, about the incendiary cram cannons though. I wanted to have them in the front. That's gonna be difficult. Because I wanted to have like bulges where they're going out.
Bonin said, then I think I test what they are capable of doing.
Yeah. I think you should. 20 seconds is generally not bad. A lot of my crams I have similar reload times. It's hard to have a smaller cram that deals any damage while having a faster reload time. Because if they are having like a health of below 20k, they're just gonna get... Yeah, not gonna work. You know, I think I already saved it, but I'm gonna save it again just to make sure. Then I think we'll need to think a bit before we proceed. We're gonna have a citadel thing area or something. One thing I do want to check, however, is how big our current cram cannons are. The detonators are not very big when we look at this ship. However, the Holy Pyre is the largest cram cannon we have saved. No, wait, I have the Giga Cram. Wow, okay, I can actually show you the Giga Cram, the Mega Cram project. That just is crazy. Anyways, this is the Holy Pyre, of course. It's like big, but it's not like that big compared to the ship. Anyways, here we have Shad Sternlock Cram. Yeah, this turret cap, man, it's insane. This looks more about right, doesn't it? A decent size for this. If we would have a cram cannon like that. Look at it, it's absolutely insane. And it has so many firing pieces. And I don't think it would hit very reliably though. Huh. A little bit unsure if we're going to use this thing, but it looks hilarious. It looks hilarious. Maybe we should have it as a front cannon, perhaps. That could be a funny idea. We need to seriously test if this even does damage. And if I'm not misremembering... No, I actually updated this to be 3D Cram Tetris. Oh, it's not as bad as I remembered. Right, I actually finished this thing. Well, this is probably our only chance of using this thing. And it has a smaller base too. It could be reasonable to have. Not reasonable, but it could be fun to have. as a cram cannon on this ship. It's kind of funny I got 4 barrels this close though. Man, 90,000 health? Are you kidding me? Was it that low? I did learn some bits since building this ram. Man, that's so low health. We'll need to fix that, I believe. Alright, let's see the config here. Whoa. This is only partner pellets. Are you kidding me? This is a hollow point system. Why did I do that? This is a hollow point system. It even has built-in high explosive frag mortars. It's too funny. I think we'll need to have this on the ship. Let's just see if it even hits anything. Look at that. We're just going to take a really bad prefab AI, smack it down. And we're just going to make a really bad detection thing. It has some detection in it as well. I don't know. Looks awesome. Great. If we spawn a crossbones, I think that would be... No, the crossbones cost as much as this thing. Let's spawn a megalodon. I think I tested it against the crossbone, and at that point I was kind of impressed, I suppose. Oh, we need ammo. There we go. We're just... We need more ammo then. Great. Right. It's not very accurate, of course, but whatever. Man, why do they explode in the face of it? I think there's some kind of weird setup. If I use this cram cannon, I have to fix it.
Nova Galaxy said, if I ever have a NASA PCIM build the Royal Places a 1,200 meters long and 101 meters wide Omega Dreadnought. Not a battleship, a dreadnought.
That's nice. Oh, it... Not Gimli's gonna try and take over the show.
Nova Galaxy said, add.
Add indeed. We're gonna turn off the Gimli. Let's see.
Adnikrias said, huh, how insanely big.
Indeed. 200 meters long, and that's a really long. Right, so now Twitch is back as well. And we can see like the issues with this cram system. I turned off the gimlet, and man, we're just missing. I think they may not have properly set up weapon controllers.
Said, and the Megastar battleship is 1,001 meters long and 120 meters wide, flying planet killer.
That's quite large. I think this is large enough, but you can see that the cram shells, they have so little health. The Megalodon's AA system is able to engage many of those. Let's see here. No, we're just straight up missing, aren't we? So bad detection. Those micro... oh no. No, the gimlet is gonna get in the way.
Nova Galaxy said, a pack so power the Thump DMG will delete your whole ship.
Well, that would be something. I can't imagine what that system would cost. But it would be funny for sure. Here you can see all of this damage, most of it scratching the exterior like this,
Nova
dealing
Galaxy
no serious damage.
said 100M Thump DMG.
See, 99%. Right. Why? It just sucks at aiming. We need better detection. Those micro crams. It. If I'm gonna use this turret
Nova Galaxy
on the ship,
said,
I'll need to
and if it
overhaul
fall
it
out
so
the sky,
much.
the nuke will go off.
Well, it would be funny if you made a ship that kind of nukes itself if it falls out of the sky. That's a fun thing to implement. Let's see here, what's 28k? I do hope I implemented separate firing controls for all of them. I'm not sure. I don't
Nova
think
Galaxy
I did.
said, are all of them of those gun on different controller?
No, I think that's the problem. I think I never added that. That's something I need to add. Because now they're just not... It's just absolutely awful. It's so awful we can't really even test it.
Zana Midbonen said, I want to make a ship with 2,400 revolutions per minute, 500 millimeters Hesh autocannons. Nova Galaxy said, set to 500.
Set to 500 watt. You wanna make two max RPM 500 millimeter Hesh? Well, I kinda have that. Yeah, this needs some more weapon controllers.
Nova Galaxy said, the controller carrot.
Well, the controller set like priority 500 or because it is like the problem is we don't have
Nova Galaxy
separate
said,
ones.
yes. Zana Midbonen said, of course with 8 meters shells.
8 meter shells? No, that's not gonna be possible. Priority 500? Is it like that? Because this is we only have one. We don't have separate controllers. That's the issue. We need to have one for each cram firing piece. Otherwise, it won't work. But
Nova
for
Galaxy
the fun of it,
said, put a controller next to the firing pie.
Yeah, I should. There is like, I don't know. Is it like 12 firing pieces? No, it's more. It's more than 12 firing pieces on that
Nova
turret.
Galaxy said, piece and set to 500.
Yeah, exactly. For the ones I add, that's true. I know that too, but I need to add them first, and it's gonna take so long. I think we'll fix that turret some other time. But I want to see if I still have, yeah, the Insanity airship. Is it? Yeah, 3 million it costs. And right, and it's gonna have some silly missiles too. Here we have it. 500 millimeter, 2400 RPM. And some crazy huge missiles. It's just fun. It's not good. And it's hash. So it's... Wait, it actually got taken out? Oh no. Oh, they're actually not that strong. Look at that, now we can see the... Just so we can pause, so you can see how minuscule these hash rounds are. If we don't make them small like this, we're not even getting through. You can see. It's technically 500 millimeter, and yes, it's doing a lot of damage, but it's kind of underwhelming, I feel like. Yeah, it's kind of underwhelming. But yeah, I guess it deals with the Megalodon very quickly. Yay.
Zana Midbonin said, that's why I want to have longer shells.
Well, always nice with longer shells, but I wonder what size you will need to build to have a 500 millimeter gun. I like the roar though. That's nice. God. This is a project we're gonna finish sometime too. It's never gonna be good, but it's gonna be like a fun... It's gonna be called the Battle Axe for obvious reasons. Man, listening to that roar is just ear-deafening. I'm kind of a little bit curious. We saved that guy over there, so we're just gonna clean up. And we're gonna load the Insanity airship.
Xober Crow TV said, that's a hatchet, sir. Battle Axe would have legit a longer handle.
Well, it's not done yet, but we can possibly make that longer. At least with, like, decorations. I think, I don't know. I don't feel like hatchet is the right name for a 3,500 millimeter max RPM gunship, but what do I know? This is probably a bad idea, but I imagine we do like this. We're gonna spawn the Super Davidos, but as an enemy. I'm gonna see if it survives. Right. Prepare for... battle, I suppose.
Xober Crow TV said, I could also scale up a dirt block to 3 mil costed still be a dirt block lol.
Well, it doesn't have 500 millimeter max RPM guns. It's only one of them, but anyways.
Xober Crow TV. Said, got him Kappa.
I'm so scared with the... Oh no. I spawned 2, just so that when one of them dies, the other one can do something. Possibly. Like, that's all it takes, right? It's still an APS gun with... Yeah, not too much. Can we just repair it? Maybe we should just refill APS shells artificially, so you can see it. Did it? Alright, anyways. We are in degraded mode, so it's a little bit difficult to spot the 500mm shells coming in here. Oh my god, if we slow down time here. We can see that this little 500mm discs, they're so small that they're basically... Yeah, they're basically flatter than they are sharp. But they're just raining down here. They should... They deal tiny damage, that's true, but they should clip off some of those barrels. That's like the only remedying factor. The problem, however, is that the lamb, the Super Davido's lamb, is cleaning up a lot of them. And the Super Davido's has a charge lamb system mostly, though, so it's only effective the first bout of firepower. We're gonna repair that one. And we're going to artificially recharge it. Reload it, I mean. Right. Do we even have 500mm shells incoming here? Unclear. I think this one needs a repair and a reload. Yeah, they're not good. I of course need to finish armoring it also. Man. and the Super Davido's, though, it has excellent armor against Hesh. So I think this can actually shoot all day long at the side of the Super Davido's and not deal much damage. Yeah. Oh, look! It has cleaned up so many barrels, though. That's kind of funny. It seems like we defanged the Super Davido's with using max RPM 500mm Hesh. It feels like it's gonna take ages to kill. Because this is my Hesh redirect armor. It does its job pretty good. Whoa. That cram is not defanged. Oh no. That's looking pretty sad. Now we can recharge it. Excellent, isn't this nice? Ah, well, never mind. Next try. Also, the speed of these are abysmal. I tried kinetic, but yeah, it didn't exactly excel in anything. Right. Oh man. Can you see that fire?
Nova Galaxy said,
Man.
the guns on the Royal Palace will make a 203mm and 310mm turret look like toy in comparison.
Yes. I'm sure. It's gonna be pretty large. Wait, what? What is this? Oh yeah, the Super Davidos has cluster missiles. I forgot about that. They're EMP and frag, so they're kind of blinding the enemy. That's pretty cool. Man, that fire though from the fuel tanks, just destroying everything. What's not easy to take out with Hesh, however, is the bolt guns, because they are pretty decently armored against Hesh and heat. And this one is actually just stuck because I didn't set up limitations properly. %, and it's still shooting. Yeah, okay. Well, it's fun with having... but the sound of this is nice. It's a nice sound. Very nice sound. Oh my god, the fire is propagating. Probably need to remove all the tanks of fuel in this thing and put them somewhere else. It's just horrendous. Or I'll make them out of lead and have rams and make them fall onto the enemy like a relax. Oh my god. Fun things indeed. However, we have we are very close to our 4-hour mark, which is the max amount of time I intended to stream, which means this stream is coming to an end. And with that said,
Nova
thanks
Galaxy
a lot for joining.
Said, how much armor do you want on the Royal Palace? How does 30 meters of side armor sound like?
30 meters of sound armor? Side armor? Well, it's too much, and tell you that. Cram will still go through it, but... yeah, why not? 30 meter, but the block count is gonna be crazy. Anyways, thanks for joining this little stream here. If you enjoyed it, you should probably follow it, and if you're watching the VOD on YouTube,
said,
you should
I
definitely watch
is a
the
bit
Twitch live next time.
Nova Galaxy said, 10,200 millimeters, 1,000 RPM CIWS.
Or AP Incendiary? It's a bit disappointing, yeah. It's so slow. And when it comes to Anikitera, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, for APS, AP Incendiary,
Nova
it's a bit
Galaxy
sad, let's be honest.
Said, and 500k powered lambs, because why not?
It doesn't deal damage directly. That's the problem
Nova
with
Galaxy
the Incendiary.
Said, NVM make that 1M powered.
Why not? But lambs is mostly a waste of time. That's also true. It's just how it is. It's unfortunate but true. Anyways, thanks a lot for tuning in. I'll see you next time. This is your host Eric of Gmodism, and we're signing out. I hope you enjoyed it, and well, see you next time, I hope.
Adnikrias said, see ya.
See you indeed.
Powered by Greed said, take care.
Take care to you
Powered
too.
by Greed said, see ya. Impossible said, bye. Zana Midbonen said, bye. Nova Galaxy said, bye.
Bye everyone.
Gmodism, total nerdery channel.
Gmodism said, thanks for tuning into the stream. Follow to become a Gmodist and catch the next stream. Check my main YouTube channel GMODISM if you haven't already, and subscribe to the extra channel GMODIST to see all past stream VODs.